Yeah, Tesla's running. Morning, everybody. Hmm. Looks like a flat day. Um, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. If we can get above 54.90, we could break out a little bit. I mean, $20 if we get above it. Right now there's like no downside support. It kind of looks like shit all the way down to like 55. So rejections here might be kind of awful. But we'll see how the VIX shorting goes. Beyond at 650. Oh, that's good. Maybe that's going to start to recover. Futures is sort of forming a half-assed head and shoulders here. Looks like SPX still hasn't broken Friday's high. Not above Thursday's high at all. This is still a bear flag. Well, ascending wedge. But like a bearish one. 50 is just like a bear flag pennant continuation pattern. Yeah, it is. Like the technicals are still like downside continuation. Just oh shit. Sorry. All right, there we go. That should be working. I got woken up at like 8:30 by a lawyer who's 3 hours behind me. Damn, he was up early, right? If we do fail, do you cut your call hedge straddle at 80? Hmm. I would probably cut it at 75, which is still $25 in the money. Or, well, more specifically, a loss of 75. Not lawyer, lawyer. Was it imperative that he talked to you at that hour? I don't think so. But he's clearly a morning person. You think Todd was shorting IWM while going long tech and got partially blown up last week? Hmm, possibly. Gherkin enters the stream, immediate red candle. Stop trying to tie my t-shirt, my mood, and my entry time into the stream as a technical indicator, okay? There's some sort of market fucking astrology. Todd Todd is the gimp who works at BlackRock and shorts the VIX. Can you take a look at NWL? Picked up some stock over the last 2 weeks, some leaps at 7. I've got a bunch of theta I apparently didn't need, so now I'm thinking of cutting some leaps. That's nice. Well, it's accumulation, right? That's the that's the spring on earnings. That seems like it should be bullish. Ooh, look at that big fat pile of debt. Holy shit. Well, that's gonna suck. Probably be cool if they'd stop accumulating it. Yeah, that's getting paid down. Although their assets are going down too. Are they selling shit off to pay down their debt? What's wrong with their net income? How did McDonald's miss on earnings growth, revenue, and 4%? What do you mean, how? Have you been to McDonald's? Their food sucks. Also, I'm sure they've lost franchisees over the last few months. Small businesses have been filing bankruptcy like crazy. I heard of a loss of 75. Would you cut the call? I never know how tight to play levels. Probably here, if I haven't cut it already. Looks like I got stopped at 50. Premium. Premium's 50. It's like a candle ago. Wouldn't you wait until the data in 20 minutes? Fuck no. It's just Dallas manufacturing. Who gives a shit about that? The TRFE is at 3 o'clock, which is the only important thing happening today. Are we buying the dip? Under 75 is bearish. support at 60, 50. Bro, Big Macs are like $15 now. Yeah, they're fucking also disgusting and half the size they used to be. This whole last quarter, people have been screaming at how bad a deal McDonald's food is nowadays. It's okay. They gave everybody they shrank the chicken nuggets and gave everybody a $5 meal deal, right? That was just $5 of the previously priced food packaged together to make it simpler for their brains. Gherkin 5490 is like a wall. What's up with that? It's called resistance. So when you have a big pile of positive gamma, like we do at 5,000, and you have very little positive gamma here, a little bit of negative gamma here, this creates like a well. And when the price hits that, it's very hard to climb over the next level. The market makers, kind of neutral at spot. They don't have a lot to hedge either way here, right? And so the market maker hedging kind of stops supporting the move up. And it becomes, up to participants to drive it up over that wall. And that's not easy to do. And additionally, that wall encourages the selling. No pen, can't see it. God damn it, motherfucker. So it's kind of hard to get over that wall. It also encourages the selling of calls above that wall, right? Because the gamma picks up over here, but it's defended. And so you get a lot of call sellers, which further deepens the well over here, right? Call sellers are just future call buyers, right? Sometimes, yeah, sometimes not. Nuke, what's up? Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, hey, look, I was right. Oh, oil, you piece of shit. IWM support still at 221. No. Most of the IWM support is at 225 and 220. Under 223, support starts to fall off. It's like news on regional banks. They don't look very good. Having a rough morning. Some of them had earnings today. Bank of Marin, Bank of Hope, C Vista Bank Shares. What's this other one? Okay, mostly just those. Looks like some support at 70. If we fail 70, down to 55. Pull back 5% from the high. That's more than we usually get. What makes you think this continues down? It's the economic conditions, but they've been ignored for years. Yep. Well, not years, just for the last year. But they're not being ignored now. $53.64 today seems unlikely. Maybe after FOMC, but not now. With SPX being under both monthly and weekly GNs, Vs are difficult due to the selling of the flat tape. No. Selling of the flat tape occurs when charm is negative. Vs are difficult under GN and are very much under DN because on the recovery, any pullback to consolidate is sold by the market maker. So it's very hard to get like the multiple bull flag scenario that pushes us out of a reversal, right? Because every point of consolidation becomes a point of potential failure. Whereas when the market maker is supporting the index move, like positive GN, positive DN, the MM is buying that consolidation. So they buy, they push up, buy, push up, buy, push up, and you get your V. In a negative environment, it's more likely to head and shoulders. Like you push up, fails, push up harder, fails harder, Push up again, not as strong, big fail, right? Or or you simply get like an N, right? Consolidation fails. I wouldn't trust an AI to put out the right information. I sent my oldest to camp for a couple of days for the first time. So weird. Got me in the feels. Stop being so basic, Maeve. No worries, Rare. But yes, head and shoulders on the 5 minute looks just like the right shoulder on the 1 hour. Mm-hmm. Crowd for a bounce play yet? Kind of if you want to. But it may just recover and sell back off again. It's possible that investors want out. So I would say it's very risky playing a bounce on it before it's formed a bottom. I'm waiting to be worried about AI until I can start doing basic math and count potatoes. No, it's not a bullish signal, rims and tens. I'm the only one in here that listens like a podcast. It's difficult soaking so much info while working a full-time job. Sad. I don't know. Probably not. You miss Dork? Why? It's not basic to care about your kids. Oh, Jen Jen. If you send him to camp, what? No, I wouldn't. The whole point of camp is you don't miss them. You wouldn't be able to say dork randomly in the middle of the day. I wouldn't send him to a camp that didn't have Wi-Fi. Speaking of sending dork to camp, dork, are you packed? Yeah. Don't get molested. Did you tell your child not to get molested? That's a very important rule for day camp. Gork started trading camp. Gross. I don't want to get assassinated. Is the kid going to a church camp? Doesn't matter. No adult in their right mind wants to work with children. Did you send Dork to a conversion camp to get the Jamiroquai out of him? No. That lawyer has you crabby this morning. He doesn't. No, that's not accurate. Who would assassinate you? One of you guys. My mom wouldn't allow me at summer camps because of the molestation. Smart mom. That's correct. It is the only requirement for parenting. Well, actually, there's two. You can't let your child be savagely beat either. So there's two requirements. As long as you can avoid those two things, your child will probably turn out mostly normal. Oh shit, I made money on this. Look at that. That sounded personal. No, not at all. But I was a cute kid and I went to Catholic school. They tried stuff, but I was loud, so they stayed away from me. I would say things like, "Why do you want to talk to me in the janitor's closet?" And they'd be like, "Whoa." I'd be like, "Exactly." A squealer. I didn't get my limit order, so I guess I'll have to wait for the next breakdown. If 54.55, 53.90 test next? No. 50's supportive. I would say 40. 40 would be the next like downside move before support was found. There's support at 40 and 30 if carried over. If IWM could break down to 200, that would be great. Yes. Yes, it would be. I would also take 215. But 20 is going to be a big support on IWM. You were gaslighting the teachers? No. The teachers were nuns. They were mostly cool. It was always the priests that were weird. They were always trying to get you a loan to do shit. And honestly, most of them probably weren't perverts. But some of them definitely were. I'm seeing more headlines about big tech companies' rising costs and slow AI investment payoff. Right again, Pickle Man. It's a curse. Always right, just don't know when. What is it about celibacy? I don't think that's it. I think people who want to do that to kids generally choose jobs where they're alone with kids. Like I've been an adult for I don't know, like 10 years, right? And never once during that period have I been like I want to work with children. And that's normal. 10 years. Now he's gaslighting. There's some that would argue that I'm still not an adult. Other people's kids are the worst. Yeah. So as a parent, you should just be automatically suspicious of anyone who wants to spend alone time with your child, right? You have a portfolio with bonds in it. That's the literal. They're for trading, though, and they're short term. Just because that's a possibility doesn't mean that no one wants to work with children. These pediatricians are out of control. It's not the same. Thanks to the IWM gains, easy money. Nice, dude. Well done. Pediatricians are just med students that weren't good, right? That's a whole that's a whole nother thing. The selection process isn't their own. I think Maeve might work with children. No, she just has a bunch of them. You're, you're not sensing child caretaker energy. It's just pure mom energy. What's up, NW? I work with adults who are children. So do I, but that's not the same. Pediatrician's probably better. You don't have to listen to the kids say the doctor's wrong because they read it on WebMD. No, the parent just does that. Really trying to cull the viewers today. You got a big surprise for us? No, I wasn't trying to cull viewers. I'm in a mood. I'm not sure which one it is, but I'm in one. Was Russell used for the carry trade? No. But it benefits from the breakdown and dispersion. Ooh, I know. What? Did the Dave ever weigh on the sitting or standing debacle? I don't know. You just gotta get a mood ring, and you'll know? Oh shit. Why no wind down indicator in the beta yet? Also, I didn't buy Carvana 2Ds. Alright, guys, can we put in like a days since down tracker for popcorn? At least that way he can add something to the question. He could be like, Gherk, it's been 173 trading days since the last down. You ready for 225 on IWM? I'd like it to just keep dropping. Seems to be pretty correlated with the SPX today. And wait until after earnings. That's probably a good idea. Is beta just dead now or what? I don't know. I don't own any of it. Why do you guys expect me to watch stocks I don't own? No, it's only gone up since it reverse split. I'd like for it to go down, and then I might buy some. If you could stop shorting GME, that'd be really cool. Thanks, man. Why do you think I'm shorting GME? I I posted the GME chart in the Discord last night, and I put ew. Ew's not bullish. I gave you all the information you need to be a millionaire, and you've thrown it away. I'm disliked for snarkiness. What? I agreed with your decision. Whatever. Popcorn's portal page is just going to be a button that says win down. You click it and it gives you a magic 8-ball answer. No, it doesn't actually give you an answer. It'll say things like might be soon, might be later. Fine, if you have prostate problems or a bladder that doesn't squeeze well, you might empty better standing, but honestly, who cares? Well, Dork cares. Dork cares a lot, Dave. Apparently. People are still in GME? Apparently, yeah. You didn't say you weren't. Fair. You kicked me out of the data request chat in the Discord. You're not a pigeon whale. I think I got banned from the Discord, and I have no idea why. That's possible. What was your Discord name? I might be able to tell you why, if you were banned. I'm glad to know my pee habits aren't hurting my pee pee. See? There you go. It's all about the Hippocratic Oath, Dave. Not about Carvana, about the then you can contribute something meaningful. I didn't say that. I said then you could add something more meaningful to the question of when down. It would be really cool if GoEV stayed above $2. Disagree. I would like it to go to $1.50 so I could sell more $2 puts. Is RC transitioning? Good for him. You guys are looks maxing while I'm ween maxing. Okay, dork. Am I smart or stupid? I'm down 50% on 8.2 SMCI 750C. Rather than closing this sold 8.2 755, which brings me to even, should I move to Pigeon Whale or be exiled? Are we doing anything fun today? We're doing the same thing we do every day, Pinky. We're watching the market. Sometimes trading it. Okay, you're down 50% on an 82750, but you also sold an 82755. So you have a $5 debit spread? IWM puts, that's all. Thanks. Thanks, Lizard King. Yeah, they're pretty fun at 225, huh? I'm not sure the ones that I bought are that great, but they're for this Friday, so I guess we'll see what happens. I lost my Pigeon Whale account. That sucks. They're telling everyone DFV is still holding. Not my theory. It's because they're insane people. I just sold 82755. Why didn't you sell the 745? But me and Pippi Longstockings, what would the children look like? I don't know, Steely Dan. What does Tesla TA look like? I'm gonna take a look at Tesla. Tesla looks like it failed its rally, and it's getting a little bit of a bear rally off of the oversold point. I think Tesla's not particularly bullish unless it gets back above 240, but I haven't looked since yesterday, so give me a second. So it looks like Tesla bounced off gamma neutral. Yeah, there was some bullish positioning at 30, 35. Falls off at 40, 45. So it's probably at resistance right now. If it fails to break 35, I would say probably get another move back to the downside. Better than losing it all, no. And still exposure to the upside. I guess I should be exiled. Well, I mean, you could have turned it into a net positive spread, right? So let's see. Hold on. So you were long the 750, but you were down 50%. Oh, wait, no. There we go. So you could have sold the... You could have sold the 720 and brought yourself back to break even, but instead you sold the 55, which locked in a minimum loss of 400. Yeah, why not just sell the 20? Well, not the 20 anymore. 1750. Is Gert shaming a viewer? No. Hmm. Let's show. Hmm. Lesson learned. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. I mean, as long as you see the interplay there. It's still AFK, but I want to share my Ryan Gosling big short moment. Alright, I'm all ears. Sold a domestic property for double what I paid for it. Why do you refer them as domestic? Currently learning Japanese so I can get into the Tokyo market. Thoughts on me waiting until BOJ fucks the bulls? Zom 113 today. Love you. No. Um, that's a lot. You've packed a lot into this. Um, no, you don't want to wait till BOJ fucks everyone. You want to own the house before BOJ fucks everyone and then pray really, really hard that they decide to fuck everyone and the value of your house appreciates as the yen appreciates. Otherwise, you'd be buying it at a higher value, right? Or at least it would cost you more because the yen would be going up. Zom 113. Okay, I'll look at that now too. I hope that one guy didn't go long crowd strike. Zom's getting a little bit of a pullback. I don't think it goes to 113 today. Maybe back to like 113.50 over the next couple of days. Thanks, brother Bear Bull Pickle God. Oh, and can you talk about the significance of DDS crossing under 400? How it's the greatest stock in the market. So good that it can be discussed even though it lacks options. I mean, DDS has it does some bouncy things on occasion. You know full well I can't talk about DDS in front of the pores, but it actually looks kind of bearish. Huh. Maybe the first time in forever. It failed to bounce? This is either an amazing time to load up or a terrible time to buy it. Sorry, I'm at the gym on my flip phone. Have a good trading day. If someone gave you 100 billion and you were allowed to enter one trade and exit that one trade same day, you got to keep 50% of the profits. Losses didn't matter. What do? 100 billion? Oh, I'd long the yen. The longer we get stuck here, the more likely we break in a direction. I think the longer we're here, the more likely we break down. Dixie's climbing. Yeah, I know. I saw. Pretty quickly, too. You'd long the yen just to make your other puts print? Well, no. I mean, I'd pump my yen futures, too. Can you make SPX lose 60, please? No, I can't make it do that. But it probably will do that on its own. It's already kind of starting to slip. It happens when you close that yen position at the end of the day. I don't care. You mean after I squeeze B of A out of the carry trade? You think I give a shit? There's gonna be some slippage, but it's fine. Then I take the profits the next day from the first day and I short SPX. 100 billion won't push them out. Leverage? Yes, it would. You see what RC's been up to on Twitter? Now that's a CEO I trust with exactly zero of my dollars. I always said he was kind of a piece of shit, right? I didn't mince my words. Give me 1 billion in those rules and I'll make crazy money. You know where I'd put it? GME? Gherk, you did it. Thanks for making SPX lose 60. No problem. No? You sure? Don't let Dork hear you say that, C-Mill. Why would you want to hurt him? He's so nice. I'll do 54.50. Next support down on SPX. 50, 40. I don't actually see a lot of support building at 50. But there's a decent amount of support at 40. 40, 45. VIX is cracking 17 again. Yep. What's up, popcorn? Again, my put buy limit did not fill, and I've stopped chasing recently. Is this patience or skittishness? Sounds like you're just misplacing your put limit, like your limit order. How would you long Fixie? You like playing with fire? You could just buy. It has options. Its options chain's shitty, but it's not that illiquid. I'd buy a 10% stake in DDS. Gross. I mean, let me know before you do that, but gross. Are Fixie shares an okay way to long yen, so I don't have to worry about theta? Why does everybody want to long yen before BOJ cucks themselves again? If a private family funds were divesting from the open market to private companies, would there be any way to verify or hint at it with public disclosures? Probably not. There are ways to find out, but not through like any SEC filing or anything. Even better, I buy a 10% stake in AQN. Ooh, ambitious. I hope you know how to run an energy company. UCO is the worst options chain in the market. No, it's not. Do you know that you can right click the bar? I didn't. Now I do. That's a nice feature. How get out of sold puts? Close them? What's the meatball price level we need to go through for SPX? Did that guy ever tell me what his screen name was on Discord? If IWM breaks 220, how far can it drop? 215. To the downside, SPX is pretty smooth sailing down to like 54.40, and then the downside would get a little bit grindier. Yeah, they're an okay way to long yen, and you don't have to worry about theta. But, I mean, you do have to worry about your entry. Odds of SPX 420 today? Mm, not great, but we could get more downside puts as we fall. Like, if we lose 40, if we lose 50, 54.40, which is kind of unlikely, but if it were to happen, then we could hit 54.10, maybe. Dirk just sent the alpha Guybrush for the platform. Looks good. Hmm. Yeah, I over projected my low for today. We'll see. 5410 would be the full market maker downside move. That'd be cool. KRE is. No one said anything's been strong and resilient for months. What's a dildo? Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Amazon. The market's fate will be determined this week. Probably. At least the next quarter will be. 1 second. I think Macy's is going to go out of business relatively soon. They never really got close to beating earnings, even though they still make money. Macy's is actually fine. And they always have that buyout offer if they want to take it. It's just shitty. Remember when it was $10? Those are the good days. I don't think they're fine, but the buyout helps them. They're not going to take the buyout offer, and they're fine. Even with their debt payments, their net income's still positive. And they have like 16 or 17 billion in assets. They should probably cut the dividend. If they cut the dividend, they'd be cash flow positive. If they cut the dividend, I'd probably go long. It's below 54.50 support wise. There's support at like 45.40. 50 is not even really supportive. But there's support near Friday's low. Is my timeout over? It's in 10 minutes, I think. Wait, did Dirk time you out for 10 minutes? Nice. Don't forget Macy's also owns Bloomingdale's, BMG. I think they also own what's the other one? Blue Mercury. And Blue Mercury and Bloomingdale's do great even when poor people are poor. No, I mean, but they'll scrap the divvy before they go bankrupt. And so far, unlike a lot of other retail, they haven't let Boston Consulting Group on their board yet. So they've still been making decisions that are in the best interests of the company. They are a bit burdened with debt, but it's not ridiculous. I mean, their bleed is like 25 million a quarter or something, right? Like it's not that bad. Blue Mercury is Ulta for not pores. Yeah. Yep, it's rich girl Ulta. And as the former haver of girlfriends, I can tell you that it's not fucking cheap. And the margins are ridiculous. Do you think Zion drops 50 this week? I don't know. It's still above Gamma Max. Are you saying women overpay for makeup? Yeah. Or, yeah. It's kind of become the last bastion of a bygone era. I mean, I was in Macy's on 34th like over the weekend. I don't think it's a bygone era at all. Did you ever enter Joby? Yeah, I sold calls for the 16th. Are you 60 years old? No. I think there's an assumption that everyone just buys everything from Amazon, but that's not true. Isn't that the historic Macy's in NYC? Yeah. But Bloomingdale's is fucking always packed too. And every Blue Mercury shop in the city is like an actual fucking stampede to get into. Do people use as much makeup if they work from home and use face filters? Yes. I got both of my down comforters from Bloomingdale's. They've got some good stuff. See? Yeah. There's some things that just don't translate well to an e-commerce model. No matter how hard you try, buying shoes and clothes online sucks. Jen, you're antisocial. That's why you're a librarian. How do you feel about Target? They're fine. I mean, they could do a little bit more, um, as far as their inventories go to stop catering so much to consumer discretionary. But I don't think they're going anywhere. They actually have Target shares, not a ton, but decent amount. Carvana is dying, yeah, because it's a bag of shit. I will probably take some profits today, though. I don't want to leave too many runners into earnings. Earnings is Wednesday, right? Maybe tomorrow. You're still always dead near me. You live in Florida. Florida is a terrible barometer of the general public. Florida's just terrible in general right now. Florida sucks. I just escaped. I live in a large metropolitan area with like 3 million people. Yeah, but 3 million people who are raised under what's largely considered one of the worst educational systems in the country. You know, it's like a meme among statisticians that like Florida surveys are just unreliable as fuck. Like Florida and Southern California are very like they swing with like pop culture. Like the general opinions of the public tend to follow like pop culture trends far more than other states. Michigan surveys the whole country. It's not just Michigan. God damn. It's done by the University of Michigan. Like like fast fashion brands like exploded in Florida and California over the last like 5 years. Like those are their by far their biggest markets, right? Like what's that one where everyone like you get like your shit shipped to you, and then if you don't like it, like you don't choose your clothes, they just send you a box of clothes every month. I can't remember the name of the company. They're going out of business now, but like was it Stitch Fix? Yeah, maybe it was like Stitch Fix. Anyway, um most people just call their mother. So yeah, like their biggest markets were California, like Southern California and Florida by a long shot. They sold almost nothing anywhere else in the country. I've never seen a well dressed Michiganian. I mean, you don't get a lot of like people buying fast fashion in New York because there's so much of the fashion industry is based here that like even girls that don't have a lot of money will will go to like discount stores that have like last season's like runway shit, right? Because you can get it at like 80% off and it's still like high quality clothing versus getting just like actual crap off the internet. Also rent the runway. I mock it, but I did tech work for them. It was basically a lounge for 20 to 25-year-old women. I knew it wasn't profitable instantly. Why did they not pay you? Well done, Gilgamesh. Popcorn, are you here? Is this a reversal or just a last gasp? Well, remember, reversals are harder here. So it could be a reversal, but it probably would need some significant setup before it became one. There's a little bit of call buying at 65 right now, but in the money long puts at 60. That's going to be tough to break above. Which exploded faster, JD Vance into a couch or fast fashion in Florida? Took about the same amount of time. All I heard was Florida's a trendsetter market. Well, no, because Florida has the inverse effect on trends, right? People see people in Florida doing it and they're like, I never want to do that. If Florida was a trendsetter, everyone would have been wearing neon bikinis everywhere they go since the 80s. And unfortunately, that never happened. It's just your username, like your YouTube username? Alright, hold on, I'll look. Hmm. Political shit? Alright. So you were banned for some sort of political shit. I'm not gonna go back check it all, but don't do political shit. Here, you're unbanned. Dork, complaining about third party candidates is not political, okay? Don't marginalize me, bro. You're marginalizing yourself. I'm not saying political things here. It's kind of like not going above the speed limit while driving. You got to know when it's safe and when a cop is watching. You just have to know what mood I'm in. But I didn't ban him. I don't know who banned him. It doesn't say. You can see a lot of weird things do incredibly well in Florida, but nowhere else in the US because nobody understands that Florida is not like anywhere else in the US. No, BMG. Everyone understands that Florida is not like anywhere else. Generally speaking, as long as you don't attack other people, I don't care what you say about politics, right? Or if it has something to do with the market, or you can focus your discussion on the effects or strategy that pertains to the market, that's fine, right? But if you start getting like fucking QAnon or Blue Anon, which is the new one, right? I don't want to listen to it. If it becomes like personal attacks, I don't know what you said either, Empire. What's Blue Anon? Oh, you guys haven't seen that? That's what I'm calling everybody who's like there's like this whole conspiracy group that's popping up around Trump like not being shot or fake staging his like own assassination. I called that when it happened live. His ear was fine. Yeah, but he got like hit with something, right? Like I'm not gonna say he got hit with a 5.56 round in the ear. That's ridiculous. But he got hit with something, right? And he's probably on so many blood thinners that no matter what cut he gets, it just squirts out, right? It's like an arterial wound. This timeline is weird. Blue and On would make a great name for a new Tinder like dating app. What? Except there is no wound. You can see like the cut in the top part of his ear in the AP photo. There's also photos from AP right after it happened, and you can see it like it didn't do a lot of damage, right? He got hit with a red paint capsule by the lady Secret Service woman. I think you guys will find that I hate all conspiracy theorists, not just ones on one side of the fence. Listen, here's the deal. If Trump tried to fake his own assassination, he never would have let his hair get fucked up. So the fact that he stood up from the ground with not only his shoes with lifts fallen off, right? But also you could see that he only has three hairs on his head. And that's how you know that it wasn't a fake assassination attempt. The dead firefighter and his family aren't in Blue Anon. No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck that would have to do with anything. I mean, like, obviously terrible that someone's father died, husband. That's awful. But I don't think that has anything to do with anything we're discussing. Meaning they don't appreciate the conspiracy theorists. I'm not sure that somebody actually dying would defeat there being a conspiracy were there to actually be a conspiracy, though, right? That would just be like collateral damage of the conspiracy. His hair looks like Bollinger Bands. Yeah, his bald scalp just bounces in between them. I also think it's funny all the people who are clutching at their pearls being like presidential assassination. Oh no. This is 2024. We should expect this kind of stuff. Thoughts and prayers. Get over it. I mean, let's be honest. We're not shocked by school children being shot in mass. Why would we care about the president getting like almost shot? Not even the president, former president. Presidential assassinations, not uncommon for the USA. Also true. Yeah. JFK once said, one person can make a difference, and everyone should try. Which is ironic. I don't think he meant like that. Well, no one will ever know, right? We can't ask him. Maybe someone on the grassy knoll took those words to heart. Read your books, kids. Daddy's losing some money. Lee Harvey Oswald, and I took that personally. Look at how much of a difference you made. Drag a group of us out of a Reddit cult calling each other apes to moderately successful traders of small degen gambling relapses. I'll take it as a win. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is success, Precious? Bottom in for the day? No, but we got support at 45, like I said we would. That doesn't mean we're gonna bounce hard off 45, but we do have a little bit of a bounce. I don't think it's got a lot of volume. How strong is the 40 resistance? Decent. A little stronger now that we've bounced off it. QQQ doesn't look very strong though. Dispersion's still breaking down. Forward yield on vols picking up. Russell's down 114 points today. Dow down, NQ down, ES down. Dollar's up. If Gherk's still doing this in 3 years, we can start a homeschool channel in the Discord. Hmm. I haven't, TBS. Seeing more and more articles about the AI bubble and investors being pessimistic. Microsoft guide up to save the market tomorrow. Didn't they guide up last quarter? It's going to be hard. I heard the Trump shirter referred to as retardy asphalt. Lincoln assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, 1865. Garfield shot by Charles Guiteau, 81. McKinley fatally. What are you just listing all of the presidential assassinations? Shorting IWM carries some risk right now. Basic finance being obvious. If you could design a high school curriculum, what classes would you have? Basic finance being an obvious one, I'm guessing. Hmm. Probably 4 years of world history. 4 years math. 4 years science. None of that earth science bullshit. Biochem. Physics. And then one like advanced elective of branching off of one of those three. 4 years of art. Two years of economics. Earth science is for people who just can't do math, all right? Everyone knows that. No, not art or music. 2 years of music's fine. Choose economics. 2 years financial markets. Two years sex ed. 2 years. Mm, 4 years of a language. Hmm. I guess 2 years electives. But electives are bullshit. Ryan McKegg, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, man. Jim? Who gives a shit about Jim? It's school, not a fucking gym.
Straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales
If you need help getting added
class
to
of
the
society.
Discord channels, let me know, Ryan. Just DM me on the Discord, I'll get you set up. Nah, something like that. Hey, we got some volume. And resistance. That was interesting. I'm so mad at your political takes. I had to become a pigeon whale. JK, I loved the Blue Anon nickname. I don't know what else to call it, but it's equally insane. Are you still in How? Yeah. Zachary Taylor was assassinated by Big Banana when they poisoned his strawberries with poop. They wanted to get everyone away from eating strawberries and get more land in Central America for banana farms. I'd believe that. Have you ever read some of the shit Dole's done in its past? These fucking tropical fruit companies are ruthless. Are you not on Twitter? No. I don't read Twitter. Why would you read Twitter? It's like a cesspool of idiocy. It's some form of human development. That's what biology's for. People don't know shit about their bodies or raising kids. I don't think high school is going to teach people how to raise kids. United Fruit was no joke. Developmental psychology. No, stop trying to encourage them to have kids. High schoolers are the only people stupid enough to have children anymore. That's what's happening. Everyone that's made it to adulthood without one's like, I'll save my money. You probably have a child you don't know about. Hmm. It's me. You're older than me, Ben. My parents never got divorced. Can't we just genetically engineer children like the Chinese so they can't have babies until they're like 22? It's called a chastity belt. No, it'd be genetically engineered. Application process to be able to have a kid. Sounds like Fallout. Yeah, there you go. Did you see the new episode of House of the Dragon? No, no. You should. Why? Maeve, children suck, okay? It's just your oxytocin convincing you that they're awesome. How are they pumping this? My Cubs don't like it. What do you mean? We're at resistance. Hmm. You'll be sitting on a brownstone, the steps of your brownstone, like a homeless person, and some child will thaw your heart. They'll make a movie. I don't think so. Why don't you have a brownstone yet, Gurk? I can't justify the current price of one. Win VR server for the pickle jar. Never? Hmm. So Vol's staying pretty elevated right here. The fuck are we moving up on? Just sold puts? Hmm. Just Q Q Q. Hmm. Above 75, bullish again. Quadruple top at 490-ish. Options chain hasn't changed much, but we're above resistance, which didn't really offer up a lot of resistance. I guess we run into a little more at 75. Well, a lot more at 75. We have bot puts to the downside. Like under 70. It's like right back to 50. I think it'll depend if we get profit taking on the calls here. Two gaps to the downside. Actually, a lower high here would be really bearish. Like if we fail 75 on this bounce, even 80, 75, 80, that's 92. Yeah, that's still the high. Interesting. Three 25, 53, 36. See, event vol shouldn't be being priced down. Hmm. IWM's not bouncing as hard. It's not getting above 223. If it got back above 223, it would bracket back up to 25. But SPX is having a similar problem, right? It doesn't have any like at the money call interest. We should be seeing sold calls increase here. If we do, that would be the start of a reversal signal. They're not really increasing much. So skittish. Or we're gonna squeeze them. Hmm. Let's see. Delta goes back to negative under 70. Dispersion's getting pushed, but it's still not as low as it was this morning. And it's a bit lower than it was Friday. Carry trade getting levered up. A little bit. See, that's loosening, but that should be really bad for IWM if that's the case. Yeah, I mean, I guess IWM's down quite a bit. Hmm. That might finally be some call selling. Elevator up, escalator down. A little bit, yeah. That's because like if we look right, you know, gamma falls off faster on the upside move, picks up slower on the downside move, so it gets more resistive the further down we get. This has changed a little bit. It's from Friday night, but Feature request. Meatball chart. There's already a meatball chart. Let's squeeze their sold puts. We'd have to fall pretty hard. Most of the puts to the downside of here are long. If we get under 60 again, then we start pressuring short puts. And then a lot more under 50. Under 50 and this thing could really break down hard, but right now 60 should probably be the focus. Currently, the push into tech is driving SPX, not the positioning on SPX. But they've had a problem leveraging up dispersion over the last week or two, right? Every time they try to lever it up, it snaps the other way. Do you think we have any upside room? I mean, yeah, we could squeeze out the short calls, but there's a ton of them. They're selling puts at 5,500. But they've also done that every single day. Yeah, for today. They did that on Thursday and Friday, too. It didn't work out. I don't know if it's a face ripper yet. It's not even equivalent to the drop. Like, it's still not a reversal, right? That's been the problem with all of these, is none of them are quite a reversal. Right? This one failed to fill the gap. This one failed to retest the high. This one failed to retest the high. This one might fail to retest the high. So you're getting lower highs, right? And over the last couple of downside moves, equivalent lows. Actually, I think today's low might be a little lower than the prior. Yeah, it is. So we got a lower low here and a lower high. I could draw the wedge, I guess. It's a little wonky. Looks better on ES. But the wedge on ES failed today after this morning's like spike. QQQ have a chance of coming back? I think so. Yeah, I mean, if this fails, it does. It'd probably cut it if we broke above resistance. Hmm. Alright, we're starting to pick up some sold calls. Not a lot of them, but some. A little bit of in the money sold calls. 54.75. The forward yield on Vol's actually up right now. It's pushing down on this bounce, but it's at like 3.9. I think the intraday high was like it hit like the risk-free rate. No, it hit the Fed funds rate on our drop to 40. But it's starting to turn around here a little bit. Looks like bears are fighting to get a top in. We'll see. Let's see where's support if we move down. There just isn't much. Like 65, 65, 60. Below 60, 50. Below 50, 54.10. Can you start saying when this fails instead of if this fails? No, because there's always a chance that they squeeze off some short calls and we rock it up, right? Like bears are pushing back here, but it's not guaranteed they win. Not by any means. It's McDougal's. Ooh, Dallas Fed manufacturing down. Auctions are over, right? Those weren't important. 5.14, 4.93. Bid to cover was a bit lower on the 3-month. Bid to cover was a bit higher on the 6-month. Yeah, the euro and the pound dropped hard against the dollar today. M4 money supply rose quite a bit. I don't think that had a ton to do with it, but some. Mm. Getting more and more sold calls here, but Delta is not breaking down just yet. Starting to. One month correlation's almost back to this morning's low. Still getting some pretty heavy vol shorting. Tail risk hedging's been picking up though. Wow, I really cut out like a bunch of potential rate cuts this morning. Was there some other news? Like, did someone say something? I don't see shit. Whoosh. Well, Bears got the edge. What's the deal beyond Jan 26 $3 puts? They're probably sold. You're right, McDougal's. It's been a while since I watched that movie. Amazing movie. I was on vacation last week at the beach, so I did not trade. I feel like the downside we saw is linked with my lack of trading. Could be. Thanks for coming back and saving the market. $60 first, 60, then 50, and then 410. Baby steps. Okay, I still never predicted that we'd hit 5364 this week. I just said it was possible if we lost 5400. And it's 5264 is the next major level. And we could technically see that in the back half of this week. Although things would have to come together in a weird way. Are we going to make 75 important now? I don't have all day for this shit. Okay, so charms negative, delta and gamma are not yet. RSP's got a little bit of a head and shoulders going on. IWM actually looks like dog shit. That's a failed breakout. Back below the long-term trends, then dump to 213. That'd be cool. I don't know why people are buying this piece of shit anyway. That's RSP, equal weight S&P. I guess 19.3 on NQ is kind of important. Dispersion slipped on the low, but not enough. It hasn't reversed yet. If there's a lower high, we have a lower high. So how important are the Greeks on IWM? Pretty important. Hmm. This is like an aggressive push. I don't think it'll matter, but Mm. Interesting. Failed. All right. NQ really brought out all the dip buyers today. Yeah, yes. FOMC could still save IWM. Yeah, I could. I would want to sell $3 puts that far out. Is it beyond going to zero? Probably not anytime soon. Also, what's the yield on them? They're 175 credit. It's like a 500% return on risk. And for you to lose money, the stock would need to be below $1.25 by Jan 2026. IWMIV is picking up on puts. Or, I'm sorry, QQQIV is picking up on puts. IWM too, I guess. A little bit. Charm's a little bit positive here, but not very much. Delta still goes negative at 70. ETF FTD play is looking good. Um, Carvana might end up being in an okay position for ETF FTDs. It's still above 25, which is kind of significant. Fubo may benefit from them, but also earnings. So earnings is like right in the middle of the ETF FTD period. Top might get a little bit. Beyond, it doesn't look terrible. Move up today helped. I'm not sure GoEV would benefit too much from them. Maybe a little. Ooh, GoEV's back under $2. Nice. Siri, but also earnings. So overpriced options on a lot of these because of the proximity to earnings, which makes them a little less desirable. Are you still holding the Beyond Jans? Yeah, I'm synth long at 6 and 7. Hmm. The Bulls feeling bold today. They're still shorting the fuck out of all. Starting to accumulate quite a lot of sold puts at 50. And we're getting in the money sold puts at 85 and 5,500. We need to protect 80. If we lose 80, things can slip. We almost lost it here, but bounced back. Yeah, I feel like losing 70 is still more important, though. I don't think they're shaking any of the call sellers, however. Are the enemy sold puts 0 DTE? Sounds dangerous. Well, if they decide to close them, it'll drive a downside move and spike vol. So if they give up trying to get above 5,500 and snap the short puts closed. Hey, Dad, we did it. We broke 35 trillion in debt. I think bulls are just trying to position for the like the TR the T like the Treasury refunding announcement or estimates, right? The TRFE or whatever. No, not FOMC. We get the Treasury refunding estimates at 3 o'clock today. And if it's all bills, everyone's gonna want to leverage the fuck up. Yellen said we need $3 trillion a year to fight climate change, so that's going to be a lot of issuance. If she only issues bills, right, and if she issues bills in excess of the mandate again, which is 22%, um, it's going to be bullish. It's going to be very bullish. But it's also going to put a huge amount of strain on the TRA or TGA. So many fucking acronyms. It's like alphabet soup. QRA is Wednesday. Tuesday? Tomorrow, I think. Right? No, it's Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Yeah. Wednesday morning. Right after the BOJ decision, right before FOMC. Jerome better have the money printer plugged in. Jerome can't do shit if she's going to issue bills again. Or maybe that's the perfect setup to cut rates. Oh, God. Imagine the fucking drawdown if you fucking go long the 6 month or the 2 year and then Powell cuts rates. Treasury gonna get fucked. What does Dia mean? Then I don't give a fuck if you're a. I know you now. Wouldn't that be a clever crafting move by Powell? She'll just switch the issuance, right? I mean, it's not like there's going to be a bunch of debt issued before the FOMC decision. I mean, today is like 3 6 month auction, sure, but are we getting some short puts pulling back? Ooh, maybe. The longer we consolidate here, the more likely we drop. Well, the more aggressively call sellers are going to sell calls, right? Especially with the lower highs. Which is going to push charm negative, right? And so as the day drags on, the longer we stay here, the more likely charm flips back to negative and drives us back towards negative delta. Can you please explain the things you just said? Like none of us understood it. Which things? This week's tricky. Yellen wants to issue a lot of bills, right? She wants to keep the the free liquid cash flowing and keep people in MMFs and out of repo, right? If she starts issuing coupons or longer dated bonds, money's going to start pushing back into overnight repo, which is going to de-risk equities, right? So you have the Treasury refunding estimates, which come out today. That's like the Treasury's projection of how much money they're going to need. And then Wednesday morning, you have the QRA, which is going to declare what the exact issuance to get that money will be. Well, because when money goes into repo, liquidity gets tight, right? Like if everyone's piling their money into overnight repo, they're going to take their money out of equities. And then that makes the market look bad. And since the Treasury is the one that's actually in control of monetary policy right now, because J-Pow ceded over control of it to Yellen when he didn't raise rates after she started doing nothing but issuing bills. They're going to direct the path of liquidity and policy, right? So rates are high. They issue bills to moderate interest rates and keep rates from getting too high. That's how they keep the banks protected too. Well, a bill is generally short dated, so like 4, 8, 17 week, 42 day, 3 month, 6 month, 2 month, or 3 month, 6 month, 2 year. And then bonds are, 7, 10, 20, 30 years. But bills are paid. They don't have any coupons, right? They're paid all at once on expiration. So and then like bonds have coupons, right? So they're paid, every 6 to 12 months, the interest on that bond. So if you keep your net holdings largely in bills, you have more immediate drawdowns, but you're not creating a longer term debt structure. I think gas between 58.65 on the run up. Yeah, I don't know how important they are, but there's one at $58, and there's one at 71. That one's actually probably quite important. 70 is a big support. That's where Delta flips negative. We say we lose 80, things can start dropping. Yeah, we really want to lose 70 here, more so than 80, because this is where Delta goes negative, right? We gapped it on the way up, which pushed over the resistance, right? And so we want to fill that gap down, and then 60 is a little bit supportive, 50 is a lot supportive. If we lose 50, then it can really tumble. What's happening here right now is more and more sold calls are coming in, which is pushing charm negative. So charm's going like this as sold calls come in, which means that the progressively, as time passes or elapses, is selling more and more delta. And if we decline in price too much, the sold puts in the money are going to close, right? They'll only take on so much risk. If they close, that spikes vol, right? And the MM sheds even more delta. You get bigger moves. They're trying to turn around dispersion because of the strength in the dollar. So they're trying to leverage up on the dispersion trade, except that's really hard because a lot of the equities that they would leverage currently don't have very bullish options chains. So they're trying to pump a bunch of long vol into, or like they're trying to punch a bunch of long vol into like a heavy short vol environment. And that's why the dispersion keeps like cracking, and like we get these pullbacks, and then we get even larger moves in dispersion to the upside. So far since Thursday, they've kind of kept things under control, and it's getting a little bit better, right? Like the range is narrowing, but it seems like today they're having quite a bit of difficulty pushing it past this morning's low. And right, this consolidation is bullish, right? So it can snap back this way, and then we get a lower high here before trying to push down again. Bitcoin getting straight up fucking rugged. Well, I mean, it actually has no value, so that's not surprising. Bill implies the duration of the issuance. Trump wants a strategic Bitcoin reserve. He doesn't care. Trump wants votes from people who care about Bitcoin. That's the brightest future for Bitcoin, though, is strong regulation. The only crypto that will ever succeed will be centralized because that's how societies work. No, they can regulate it. Bud. No, dead society, then Bitcoin has no value. Bitcoin's valued in dollars. I don't care what the loop ring devs think. Answer me this. What's Bitcoin worth? Come on, you can do it. What's a single Bitcoin worth? One pizza. It's just a leveraged currency asset. Whatever you can sell it for, you can only sell it for dollars. Final bite, currently $66,932.71. There you go. It's worth dollars. If the dollar is worthless, what's Bitcoin worth? No, there's no more dollar. It's worth a Bitcoin. Exactly. Which has no value. If no more dollar, what are my bullets worth? Infinity. That's the real MOASS. Cans of spam. Unregulated crypto is a dream for libertarians who don't realize they're house cats, and the thesis is just as well thought out as libertarianism. Yeah. What's wrong with libertarianism, Dr. Drake? You don't want all the benefits of society without paying taxes? Sounds like the perfect solution. I saw one of those like sovereign citizen license plates in real life the other day. Oh god. They were pulled over by a cop. I'd imagine that they were getting their car impounded. He wasn't driving. He was traveling. Looked like he was the only fucking person in the car. How can that happen? He's not under their jurisdiction. I work at NASA on our campus. I saw NASA, Newsmax, and InfoWars bumper stickers on the same car. I was sad. Dude's just there trying to prove the Earth is flat. You really think those IWMs are going to go in the money? I don't know if they'll go in the money, but they can print. So can my shitty QQQ calls. Or puts. QQQ puts. Yeah, thanks. I'll be honest. I should have just closed the QQQ puts when they were up 50%. I just wasn't paying attention to them. So now I've averaged them down. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. Hmm. Looks like we're stuck in this range right now. It's actually failing very slowly. We are stuck here, but it is bleeding out. It's generally not good to average down a losing position. Yeah, I know that. You want me to average it down more? I don't know what you're trying to get me to do. Yes. I might do it if it gets down to 15. Deep down, I just want the market to crash. Is it because you think your Bitcoin will go up? Let me tell you, if the market crashes, hedge funds will sell all their Bitcoin too. I get so many weird fucking messages on my YouTube email. What's this one? Strange. Surprised no reg show for Beyond? Bit soon, right? I think more after earnings would be likely. Oil's getting fucking hammered today. The funniest person to talk to is the guy who thinks the dollar is worthless because it's not backed by anything, who's also heavily invested in BTC. The dollar is backed by the full faith of the US government. Why would we want to be an interplanetary species? The IRS has enough problems taxing the people that already live here. I'm definitely not paying moon taxes. Manchurian candidishly. I mean, it is. Are you gonna see oil recoup by the end of the year? What's $55? You want Oxy back at 55? Buffett's gonna buy it before it drops that low. We'll buy PBR. PBR is risky. Didn't they buy it at almost 60 last time? We're just gonna fucking chop here until 3 p.m., aren't we? Oh, this is it. This is the breakout. All the way back to $84. Woo! I wonder if we could push the high from Friday or Thursday. Pushing into sold calls. That didn't work. Oh, now we get momentum? Let's go. Ah. The video looks like shit. Apple's holding everything up alongside what, Microsoft? Both of those look like they're gonna fail. AVGO looks shitty. Amazon looks like it's gonna fail. Meta looks like it peaked. Google? Google kind of looks okay. Hmm. Wasn't I mean that was an attempt at a rug. I don't know if we actually get a rug until 3 o'clock. And then we're just as likely to get a breakout as a rug. Let's see if vol can pick back up, but we need to lose 70. Charm flip negative again because everybody sold calls into the breakout. Delta's still positive but declining. Gamma, same deal. Probably just keep trying to catch the knife at the same spot. Do you have any? I don't play earnings. They're absolutely not the largest enterprise fiber provider. Not even close. They're like number 4, 5. Don't say all the bullish things without saying the bad stuff. The only way Lumen gets to $10 if rates go to fucking zero in the next year. Have you looked at their bonds for? I mean, there's a reason the stock's worth $2. They have to roll over like $20 billion of debt in the next 3 years. If that's an OLRY at these prices, I've been going in the last couple of weeks to buy some auto parts, and business is booming. I haven't looked at O'Reilly since I sold it way back when. Doing good. Everyone bought a bunch of used cars during the pandemic that they can't afford to take to a mechanic, so it's definitely got a channel. It's better to buy it at the lows. Their margins are getting a little tighter, so you could wait and probably get a discount on it. O'Reilly's debt situation? It's not that bad. Or at least, I don't know. I haven't looked in a really long time. But it wasn't that bad. Looks like they've got about 7.7 billion in debt. But they're still roughly averaging about $500 million a quarter in cash flows. So far from unmanageable. And their margins stay pretty solid at like 14%. That was like one of my best plays post pandemic when like used car prices started rocketing. I picked them up at like 400. I sold them a while ago. I definitely didn't sell at the top, but I think I got out around like 950. Yeah, but a mechanic's charging you margin on parts and labor. So I don't think saying if you can afford parts means you can afford a mechanic. My mechanic says it's an insane amount of people with BMWs and Mercedes that can't afford to fix them. Yeah, those are actually a bitch because you have to buy special toolkits to do any work on them, and the toolkits are prohibitively expensive. Do you believe in JPOW rotating the meatball? What? IWM new low. Nice. All the cool kids shop at AutoZone. AutoZone's got some management problems. I've never met anyone with a Mercedes that knew how to use a wrench. So, I mean, you have YouTube. You can fix any car, right? Slowly. I don't like that we left the upside gap. This bullshit gonna drop now? That's literally what it's doing. Is that AAP? AAP was the one that's struggled. They've done very, very poorly since the pandemic. I finally got a fake Gherk friend request. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel now. Will the new platform subscription come with a decoder ring? No. Brazil implemented a 40% tax on all international retail orders below 50%. How do you think that might affect the markets? Hmm. Hmm. It could be seen as like bullish internally. It really depends on what that money is going to go towards, right? I'm kind of already long Brazilian infrastructure, so I like that. What's the target for QQQ? I don't know. I just want my dead puts to print. There's support at 19, 193. There's probably support at the trend also. It's like 19, 222. Dumps. Well, they just don't want to raise rates, right? Even though they probably should. We're also going to get some carry trade flight. Brazil's a good choice. Alright, Delta's negative here. So let's see if we get a continuation below negative Delta. And then we're looking at like 60, 60, 62 for another breakdown. But that's the first leg of the breakdown out of the way. Charm's negative now. Gamma's not quite negative yet. Gamma goes negative at like 65. VIX moved up a little bit, but I'd like to see it back above like 1660. Nice rejection. I knew you wouldn't let us down. Took forever. As IWM. Ooh, nice. $220 is still an important level for IWM. There was a ruckus. Pax is a asset manager in Brazil, South America. It's like private equity, infrastructure, credit. Yeah, they also took over Credit Suisse's Brazilian real estate portfolio. You're telling me my 401k is 80% Brazilian? I mean, do you care if you keep getting 10% dividends? I think SPX will continue to break down from here. It'd be nice. I'd like it to. The downside is advantaged now. So advantage to the bears. Dispersion blew up a little bit again. So we'll see if they can turn it back around. Or if we can get a breakout on it. Is 220 a fortress or crackable? Oh, it can lose 220. It's just a strong support. Ah, god damn it. Buy back at 15. guess if this fails, I can just go short SPX. I wonder what's better. Charm's still negative here. Almost. So we bounced off of negative gamma, but it's not a very strong bounce yet. Hmm. Could we test the upside? Probably. Retest 80, then fail. Where's 80? 80 would be like right here. Hmm. I much prefer not closing the gap. That would be way cooler. Charm didn't get back to positive on the bounce. Well, it didn't hold positive on the bounce. And it's starting to have more and more of an effect. Delta is still a little bit positive though. Any support here now? Support at 65. If we lose 65, back to 50. So $15. Hmm. What makes strong support? Several things. Positive gamma in this instance. Will they short the Tesla AI event? I have no idea. I went a whole 3 hours without an ad. What does it mean? I don't know. You got an ad blocker? Trying to learn this and stop bugging you, but what do you mean by delta? As far as the market maker is concerned, I'm talking about the market maker's total exposure to delta on the 0DT. So if all the 0DT options aggregated, the market maker's exposure is either net positive or net negative. Below 5470 in this instance, the market maker's exposure to delta would become negative, meaning that they are going to shed delta on the downtick. So they're going to sell. I like PACs because they physically don't do much to make money. They have a lower risk because of that. They have a pretty low risk in general just because of their diversity across South America. I've been long packs for a little while now. It's been good. Dividends are nice. It's like 8%. Why would the market maker show you his delta? They don't. Not directly. It's not like they send me an email like, hey, this is where my delta is. Try to learn this and stop bugging you. What do you mean by options? Oh, trash. I gave all the delta I had to my wife this weekend. Greg sends me that email daily. One second. I got free food from my neighbor. Also, there's cops in my hallway. I don't know what that's about. But I went inside before I got shot. Now I see how the beta works. Your boys at BlackRock are mailing you numbers that you punch in. No. Do you know that guy with the like 9 kids down the hall? His wife is constantly calling the cops on him for domestic violence whenever he raises his voice to her. As far as I've witnessed, there's never been any physical altercation between the two of them. But if he yells at her, she calls the cops on him. And I assume that's what's going on right now. Do you think he deserves it? I don't fucking know. Probably. But, I mean, he married her. Sometimes he sleeps in the hallway at night. They don't have 9 kids, but they have like an excessive number of them. I don't know how many there are. What does he do for a living? He's some kind of engineer. Do you tuck him in? No. I brought him booze a couple times. Well, I had booze and I gave him some. I thought you lived in the fancy part of town. Yeah. Rich people problems. Rich people just invent like new ways to make themselves trashy. I was ready to say they sound like pores. I think he works for like one of the big tech companies. I know he's got a nice car, but I'm not really sure what his job entails. If you divide his salary by the number of kids he has, then he probably is a poor. I mean, but he owns like a $3 million apartment. He can't be that poor. My apartment is not $3 million. My apartment's like 2 bedrooms and split off the back end of another apartment. That's why I have weird paper thin walls. Yeah, the cat ladies. He has like a XB7. He doesn't have a Sentra. Yeah, but I'm not poor. I'm not getting a fucking brownstone in Harlem, Maeve. The brownstone's just a pipe dream. I'm never gonna make it a reality. I just imagine a world where I lean into having money, and part of that world is owning a brownstone, wearing leather shoes and no socks everywhere, greeting other people who I know personally on the Upper East Side. Nice trash. I tried that once too. It didn't work. You know, all of the fake Gherks are just in the Super Stonk Discord, right? There's like 90 of them in there. That's how we ban them, but they're still able to message people because those people are also part of the fake Gherk Discord. Brownstone, some sort of bootleg subsidiary of Blackstone? No, it's a type of building in New York City. I guess they have them other places too. Yep, back to negative delta. Maybe this time we get a continuation. What was your price target to sell? Well, I got stopped out, but I was hoping for 50 cents. What? No, they're like buildings made out of sandstone. They're basically like townhouses. That's correct. It does get harder to catch the knife. Yeah, but then I'd have to live in fucking Chicago, Jen Jen. Do you think any of the fake Gherks get other fake Gherks to sign up for their stuff? I don't know what happens when the two of them meet. Custom John Varvatos leather pants. They Gherk each other off. Don't you buy a white stone, you racist? You mean like a marble house? Wouldn't pigeon whale thongs as soon as they open up the merch shop? Who leaked you the product list? Hey, Greek, I was meeting with my lawyer. What's up? I got woken up by a lawyer today. They cover houses in marble in Italy. It seems like there might be. Sounds like something they would do in Queens. My account got hacked and someone stole my Pigeon Whale membership. Can you send me a free one? No. Queens real estate is fascinating. Why? It's just like second generation Italian and Greek homes. It's brick buildings with ridiculous fountains out front. Newport, Rhode Island has some crazy fucking houses. I know somebody who lives in Rhode Island. They're like on that hill next door to Taylor Swift. Watch Hill. Yeah, those houses are nuts. They always have people standing in front of their house though. Seems to be a lot of hoarders who give no fucks about staging. That's the thing. Oh, come on. Just break down already. Jesus Christ. Going down so slowly. Still looks like it picks up pace under 65. Which we're getting close to. I would really hate for us to find support here. The fuck? I bet we could hang up again on ES 5500. Maybe. Gamma's negative now. So we've got the Holy Trinity. Dex, Gex, and and checks all negative. Oil's just reversing. Your UCO calls are still probably fucked, but if the market dives, it'll turn around. It's the same time every day. Wild. How many attempts at breaking 5490 are we going to see this week? Will they keep failing and real bears show up? I mean, part of this is just because Gamma's really flat, right? Like, over the entire week, Gamma's really flat near spot. So, you have like a bunch of negative Gamma, like below 5450. And then it's just kind of like if this is the zero line, Gamma just kind of slopes up slightly here. And then it's negative again up here at like 5510. So this range is really easy to go like bounce back and forth across. It's not just, well, sure, it's distributive, but it's just charm bleeding delta off, right? But the downside spikes from that should get bigger the lower we drop. As dealer delta goes more and more negative. Like, dealer delta is negative under 70, right? But it's a lot more negative under 65, 60, 55, right? And so as that increases, the dealer starts dumping more and more delta on the downticks. And then, charm is exacerbated the lower we go, right? So the dealer is dumping even more delta on top of that. Fed rate decision, big nothing burger. It really depends on how the Fed handles their narrative this week. It's going to be, I think, exceedingly important for how the market behaves following the FOMC meeting. And I think they need to somehow thread the needle between not cutting rates, but also not promising that a rate cut is off the table. So they need to tease everyone just enough, or they're going to create some panic. Bullish pause. Yeah, dovish pause. Same as all year. No, it's a little different because all year, they've been like, we're data dependent. Our effect on inflation has not been sufficient yet, right? And they need to change that at this meeting. If they say the same thing they've been saying all year at this meeting, it's probably going to uninvert the yield curve. Or sorry, reinvert. And if they over promise on the cut, it'll uninvert. So they don't want either of those things to happen, right? They don't want yields to rocket. They don't want yields to nosedive. If they say no rate cuts, 200p IWM free money. Yeah. If they fuck it up, if they don't project a rate cut for September, probably. I could see everybody bailing on breadth pretty quickly. The bigger question at the beginning of this week is going to be, is Yellen going to do QT for the Fed? And we don't know yet, right? Honestly, I don't expect her to like lay off the gas, but the TGA is really going to suffer if she does another quarter of like massive bill issuance. And we still don't have like a like a budget agreement from Congress, right? Which means if she does that, whoever inherits the economy post election is going to be inheriting a massive recession, right? And probably debt downgrades. Was it Obama's fault? But then you could just blame it on whoever wins. Yeah, that's true. That's how we do it. Seems that the dependence of equity valuations on Fed policy may be a tad unhealthy. They had to bail out the banks, and there was nothing the Fed could do. The Fed couldn't cut rates, so Yellen had to do it. Otherwise, everything would have just crashed in October. Should have? It's debatable. I mean, there's definitely people that think that the American banking system should not fail. I mean, none of us want that, right? That's not a positive outcome. Is this interaction or anticipation of Fed policy normal? It's become more normalized over the years as people have leaned more and more into the Fed's narrative, which means nothing, right? Because they don't actually have any control over monetary policy right now. Jimmy's just never going to mow ass. Well, there's a problem with the labor data this week, right? So if unemployment moves up again to 4.2, that's that that's gonna put the SOM roll into effect, right? And as stupid of an indicator as it is, it's still recognized as a guaranteed signal of recession, right? It has no false positives because it lags so hard that it actually just signals a recession started like months ago. Which then forces a reevaluation of our GDP. The Fed's been irrelevant ever since they printed infinity money and then decided not to raise rates. They didn't print the money, Congress printed the money. It's just their job to fulfill that. Does no rate cut mean that tech gets pumped? No. Flight out of tech will continue as long as the promise for a September rate cut remains on the table. Yeah, we should have raised rates. We should have raised them at a much faster pace and to a much higher level. But that would cause wealth destruction. Imagine printing, I mean, Doric, imagine printing trillions of dollars and then giving it to the poors. What the fuck are you talking about? That money was earmarked for big business and PPO fraud. Well, boohoo. Gert can't afford his 6K manual espresso press. I don't like those. I used to have one. I sold it. They're a pain in the ass. They were supposed to trickle on us. They did. Higher prices. You had more money, so. What happens if September comes and that promised rate cut doesn't happen? I think they'll cut it. They'll be in a lot better position if Bank of Japan doesn't raise rates on them. What earnings are you paying attention to the most? Microsoft, Apple. Those are the ones I really care about. Microsoft CapEx is going to be really important, especially relative to their revenues. So they cut an actual recession, hard landing. I mean, I think we're past any chance of a soft landing already. But we could get another round of like hot labor data, and that'll keep markets speculating on a soft landing for another couple of months. We got a turnaround in jolts and non-farms last month. It's very possible it carries on again because the labor pool is fucking tiny. The Fed has to cut in order to maintain any kind of political power or sway at this point. They can't raise rates because they'll fucking destroy the banks. So a cut's really the only option. But they're gonna reignite inflation if they cut now. If they cut before they've actually done any damage. Or Gherk, they destroy the banks. That's gonna be not by choice, right? If the banks blow up, it's not going to be through any action of our government. It'll be because the government has lost control of the bond market. We go from 3,500 to 5,600 SPX, and you still think we're in recession territory. We're closer now than we were. Everyone else thinks so. That's why they put shitloads of money into IWM. They expect a recession and they expect the market to tank and they expect inflation to drop like a rock. Which is all fine because there's one part of the things they expect that is still wrong, and that's that the Fed will come in and lower rates to zero after all of that happens and allow everyone to buy the dip on risk free credit. And that part's not going to happen because the only reason we got this high was because of Yellen's issuance and deficit spending over the last 3 years. You act like the bond market is real. So you need to fire Yellen and hire Daddy Diamond. He's not gonna let. He's well, he might let some banks fail. You're forgetting about the $1 trillion coins Congress can print to keep the party going. If Congress printed $1 trillion coin, inflation would go back to like 10% in no time. Can someone explain why Dixie is so overvalued? It's not overvalued. It's the strongest currency in the world by a huge margin. And everyone else's currencies are falling because they're not pumping shitloads of money into their economy. They're actually having an economic slowdown. Unlike us, we're better than that. The economy or the defense sector, things get bad enough, they're the same thing. Saudi Arabia is not leaving behind their free dollar printers. BRICS is stupid. Especially after we did what we did to Russian central bank assets. Nobody's gonna even Xi's not gonna stand up to us at this point. Too much diversified risk. That's why like a Taiwan invasion's off the table too. Because we'll just seize Chinese central bank assets all over the world and push them into a recession, depression. Some weapons are far more destructive than nuclear bombs. But Gherk, that would hurt us. That's why we've been reshoring our industry. Yeah, like them nukes on baby whales. China hasn't exactly bounced back from COVID. No. I mean, they keep kind of like artificially lowering rates and being like, oh, our economy is just fine, while reporting a constant rate of 5% unemployment, which is fucking ridiculous. But yeah, they have problems. But this like post COVID era is basically just superpower economic warfare, right? And if you really want to distill it into one particular thing, China made a 10-year economic advance on the US over the last decade, and we need to widen that gap. And honestly, this is our opportunity to do it, right? So I don't really fault all the deficit spending. I see, like, if that's part of the goal. If we do pull ahead economically, that implies big market pumpies. No, no, the opposite, right? We can finally go into a recession and try to fix the massive debt problem we've created. Nuclear warfare is pretty much always off the table. I know people like freak out about it, but from like a strategic standpoint, the goal of war is never absolute destruction. The goal of war is to gain access to more tatas. I mean, that's one of them. Yeah, all right. I should have held those QQQ puts. I sold out way too early. I got stopped out of them pretty early too. I don't feel bad. It's been choppy. Name one thing more important. Potable water? I wonder how Volcker didn't get fired. He'd never survive a term in today's world. He barely survived his term in the 80s. And that particular brand of, economic policy at the time had a decent amount of support, and that's why he was able to do what he did. No, that's ridiculous, magnanimous. We didn't stop testing them. Dark forest theory. I don't think like a single nuclear explosion on Earth is even relevant against the background radiation of the sun. Let's suffice to say that if an alien civilization finds us before we find them, we're fucked. That's what he said. Ton dish soap will clean that radiation right off. Have you heard the theory that the reason we haven't heard from an alien civilization yet is because they're hiding from the evil von Neumann probes that destroy all life? Uh, or, alternatively, the laws of physics are absolute, right? Look at how friendly any advanced civilizations were in human history. I love theories that can't be disproven. They're the most fun. Some would argue that they're not theories if they can't be tested. You take it back. What if there's just millions of civilizations, but nobody can travel faster than the speed of light? If I may ask, how's OI looking for tomorrow? I have no idea. I'll check later. Faster than the speed of light has to be possible somehow. No, it doesn't. Why? Because you watch Star Trek? You just need to make light slower. There's tons of civilizations beyond the Great Ice Wall. Alcubierre drive warp drive is. We don't know if that would actually work though, and we currently have nothing to create a pocket of through space time. Like, how do we make the bubble, Dork? If we can't get faster than light, we're trapped in this universe forever. Even if we could go faster than light, we would still be in this universe. Negative mass energy. Yeah, a little tough. Support on QQQ or NQ. No, it's just not. Is it live? Is it not live? What the fuck is going on? It's time for you to fold a piece of paper in half and stick a pencil through it. I mean, the Alcubierre drive's more like a bowling ball in a blanket, but alright. How many trades do you reckon you take per day? I don't know. Average? Depends. Varies. We're trapped in this galaxy. Okay, that's more accurate. Well, everything slowly gets further and further away. Yeah, it's pretty dope. I guess technically we always get sucked into a black hole. You ever just sit and watch without trading at all for the day? Sometimes. That happens. Choppy days. I usually try to avoid taking trades. I hear you guys have been having some volatility without me. I've been in and out of the hospital. Nothing major. Oh, okay, good. Well, glad to have you back. We had a little bit of volatility. It's been an interesting couple of weeks. Physics made me a pantheist. I feel like you might have learned the wrong lesson there. I don't trade when I hear you guys talking about alien invasions. Gotta talk about something. Charm decay is not a very quick process. Somebody's a shank Todd. That'd be cool. I feel like I get probed every trade I enter. What does Ryan have a girl's pick now? Who gives a shit? On the contrary, physics taught me that we can't prove a deity, but we definitely can't prove pans. Pantheist most rational. Oh, we can definitely prove pans. Hmm, makes sense. I'm pretty sure RC is just trolling because other rich guy assholes are making transphobic comments, so he wants to join in. Yeah, absolutely. What if you're gonna do if the platform goes public and Kenny offers to buy you out for 800 million with the promise to never make another one? Make it yeah, make it 1.9 billion and I'm gone. Can I tip something political? Too bad I'm doing it anyway. Congress, you son of a bitch. That's a very specific number. Yeah, I know. Does that say you stay a billionaire after the taxes? $3 billion. Don't be a sellout. I mean, anything above the number stated would also be acceptable. 30 billion minimum. I feel like if someone's trying to buy us out for 30 billion, we're worth 50, right? Mr. Beast just got exposed as a scammer and racketeer. Is this like new information? I'm talking about like someone who professionally rips off children, right? I don't know any adults buying his candy bars or fucking disgusting burgers. Please use the money to buy GameStop and close it down. Finally set everyone free. That would be a noble cause. He's pretty much the biggest YouTuber now, so I wonder if Google cares. Probably. Not enough to pay for his lawyers. How long SPX gonna drop? Well, we get the QRA here in a minute, so. Or, well, the QRA estimates. I know someone bought out Jamie and shut it down. None of the super suckers would believe it. They'd be like the Bobby cult and think they'll have it back later. Hmm. If I bought Jamie, I would just take it private and then turn it into a successful business that is nothing like the current business that it is. offload those bags when you DPO again. Exactly. Why would I DPO? IPO. I don't want to piss everyone with money off. I'm not Palantir. Like Musk and Twitter without all the crazy. I don't care about AI based robotics plays. If they don't make sex robots, I'm not interested. Is there data supporting the markets only crash after OPEC's idea? Sure. I'm up $600. What's your DT to a YOLO? How much of the $600 do you want to lose? You're technically not wrong. The tulip market crashed during March OPEX. Well, Fab into March. I guess it was Fab OPEX. Oh, TRFE. Ooh, repo went up. I love how they sell the puts in anticipation of the data. Wilmageddon was a flash crash, but also the market then tanked again in like March apex of that year. US cuts July September borrowing estimate to 740 billion from 847 billion. Ooh, spicy. Care to elaborate a little? I think that was pretty elaborative. Sees Treasury sees the end of 2024 cash balance of 700 billion ahead of debt limit return. Treasury cites the Fed's slower asset runoff on borrowing estimates and expects to borrow 565 billion between October and December. Well, it depends. The bond market's not really reacting right now, but it will. Ah, here we go. All right. So, U.S. Department of the Treasury announced its current estimates of privately held net marketable borrowing for July, September, and October, December quarters. During July, September, Treasury expects to borrow 740 billion in privately held net marketable debt, assuming an end of September cash balance of 850 billion. The borrowing estimate is 106 billion lower than announced on April 21st, largely due to lower Federal Reserve System open market account redemptions and a higher beginning of quarter cash balance. During the October-December quarter, the Treasury expects to borrow 565 billion in privately held net marketable debt, assuming an end of December cash balance of 700 billion. During the April-June 2024 quarter, Treasury borrowed 234 billion and ended the quarter with a cash balance of 778 billion. In April 2024, the Treasury estimated borrowing of 243 billion and assumed an end of June cash balance of 750 billion. Privately held net marketable borrowing was 9 billion lower, largely because high net cash flows and lower SOMA redemptions were partially offset by a $28 billion higher ending cash balance. Additional financing details related to the Treasury's quarterly refunding will be released at 8:30 a.m. on Wednesday, July 31st, 2024. Bullish, apparently? Questionable. It could be less bill issuance since the funding requirements are lower and the Treasury might lean more into coupons. But we'll find that out on Wednesday. Delta is back to slightly positive here. Charm is still negative, though. So I think we'll see where this goes, but I expect they'll keep pushing it. The bond market seemed to be doing absolutely fucking nothing. I guess no one's willing to speculate on what issuance is going to be. But the dollar's up. You gonna cut your put here? If it keeps going up, yeah. Have a stop. Positioning too strong? Charm's still negative, Dorg. Fucking gingerbread, man. What's going on with serve? I don't know. No, no one said CERN. CERN doesn't exist anymore, Popcorn. It exists in my heart. The new ticker is AVGO. Nice. Don't ever listen to me again. I'm terrible at this. Don't worry. I wasn't listening to you anyway. Ugh. What's that about when I told Rhinecone to YOLO the 5480C earlier? Why would you do that? Less money means lower GDP. Do you follow the debate on black holes involving Stephen Hawking and Hees Wakanov? No. Do you want to talk about quantum hair? There's no VIX action from this yo-yo. I mean, VIX is going down. They're very clearly shorting puts. They shorted puts hard on the data drop. It's just that they're not in a great position to pump the market. So trying really hard might not succeed. Lower high and at the risk of slipping back below negative delta. Still supportive to the downside though. Oh, charm, you saucy bitch. Carl's not bald. He's got quantum hair. Is RC really transitioning? No. He's just doing the transphobic thing with all the other fucking angry at the Paris Olympic billionaire boys. Why sigh? Because he's a cunt. Man child. Yeah. His dad would be so proud to see him riding Elon's coattails, saying, guys, I have $1 billion and active on Twitter too. I don't understand why people obsess over things that have nothing to do with themselves, because they feel like lashing out at other people will make them feel better. Who's the absolute stud that chugged 2 bottles of wine and requeued in the Discord the other day? Is that your neighbor? That's Darth. I'm not married to Darth. Cohen has a mangina. He did say he had a small wee wee. If you're not married to Darth, then why do you have a anniversary? Checkmate. Hmm. Is it though? Why is Vix not under 15? Who's going to prison for this? Andrew left. There's no more Credit Suisse, so they had to find a new fall guy. Oh, this is fucking boring. I made money this month. I have a feeling I'm next. Nice knowing you. They're gonna get you for all that after hours trading. How much longer can VIX be backwardated without something breaking? As long as it takes. I have a feeling like, generally, in my experience, highly anticipated weeks with tons of macro data and big tech earnings tend to just fizzle out. Like they just have no realized vol. And fucking like Microsoft beats and then Apple misses and then everything's just flat. Are we trading Forex now? Dear God. Does your degeneracy know no limits? What 10x leverage wasn't enough for you? Trying to find them isn't going well. I'm worried that Darth is killing his liver for likes. We've been worried about that for 3 years. Liver's still there. Maybe he just has a strong constitution. Holy fuck, I'm tired. they got me. But maybe this is it. $55.10 end of day. Probably not. Maybe back to 80 though. Mm, squeeze the short calls into close. Fucking goddamn bulls. I think charm flipped back to positive there. Oh nope, charm's still negative. Interesting. We could still hit 95 if they pump it really, really hard. I bet the house on the weekend prediction. Which one? We can still hit 30 if they jump really hard. If this breakout fails. Sure. Probably not going to get below 50 with this little time left, though. There's only, what, 36 minutes? If this tanks after they fucking stopped me out, I'm going to be super pissed. Hmm. How do we turn that black shirt into no shirt? Kenny's watching the stream. Stream sniping. What's the last band t-shirt you bought? I don't think I've ever owned a band t-shirt. I've definitely never bought one. Can you bedazzle your VWAP hat? I could. Straddle or Strangles for this week? Still, probably Straddles. Realized Vol's kind of crushing. We're not moving out of this range much. So I'll probably get a straddle tonight. Also, they're gonna want to crush realized vol into the FOMC meeting. Yeah. You didn't go through an emo phase? No. I've never been depressed. Must be nice. That's what money's for. I mean, even when I was poor, I was too poor to be depressed. You don't have time. Depression's the disease of the middle class. Also, the clinically depressed. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, someone called me middle class. It wasn't until we had the bourgeois that we had general malaise, right? When everybody was like shoveling shit under the pain of death. I mean, you just don't have time. You just don't have time to be upset about things. They just did a study. Being rich makes you happier. That makes sense. It's called throwing hands. When did the out of the money calls sell off? If they become less profitable? I'm sure plenty of people off themselves historically, regardless of class. Maybe. Harder to do. Why? Well, first of all, it's not like you were just gonna off yourself with some like rusty field blade, right? No hot bathtubs, no easy access to razor blades, no medicines, no bridges that were high enough to throw yourself off of. It's more difficult, right? Got them ropes though. You could just get a splinter and die back then. Maybe that was the most common method. We read about all these people with sepsis. Hmm. Three sigma into close. Um, Not impossible. I could see futures move up to like 55, 20, or 30. Or this just fails again. We fall down into negative delta. They try to pump it and we close flat. Haven't like modern suicide rates skyrocketed since the advent of social media? I saw an invoice from 1994 for a 9 gig hard drive for $4,000. Is GFE still in GME? No, he sold everything and bought Chewy at the top. Yep. Rates hit a low in 2000. I've been climbing since. That makes sense. Fucking MySpace, right? Is it possible that dude is nuts? What, DFV? Maybe. Are you gonna hold your IWM into tomorrow? Yeah, probably into Wednesday. What was your MySpace song? I don't remember. Remember AIM? Yeah. BOJ's pre-market Wednesday at midnight. So Wednesday morning. Remember private Yahoo chat rooms? Or am I older than everyone? I mean, I remember they existed. I never used them. Oh man, 12-year-old me getting on my friend's AIM account when I slept over at his house and messaging every girl at our school that he loved them. Did it did it work? It must have worked, right? You can't just hit the odds that hard and not have nothing come of it. It did get him a girlfriend, and he wasn't mad. See? So you're just a good friend. It was that day Johnny became a statistical anomaly for striking out so hard. Plot twist, he was homeschooled. That's just the 90s version of swiping right. Yeah. It's a lot more labor intensive. Oh my god, there was a girl in my high school named Braylon. She was a fucking bitch. That's why UX people get paid the big bucks, apparently. I was too poor for AOL. We had CompuServe. Just you talking to Russian pedophiles. Target below 15 on SRF. Reasonable over the next year or two for a buy. Might get a lot cheaper than that at some points, depending on how global macroeconomic conditions shake out. They gave AOL away for free on floppy disks. Yeah, but you still had to pay every month. What was the other dial-up? Earthlink, Prodigy, Braylon. Yeah, Net Zero. That was later. That was after everyone had DSL. It can't be a real name. It is. I also knew a Jennifer who the fur part was spelled Fur. So all the Braylons out there, I'm so sorry your parents didn't love you. Braylon, Maddox, Briley, Annalie, Braden, Braxton. Why would she do that? Uh, it was spelled like this. R/tragedy. Did she grow up to be a librarian? I don't think so. Hmm. Stupidest name I've ever come across? I knew a girl in California whose name was Magic. She wasn't a stripper either. Hippie parents, but not a stripper. Serbian? Might have been. Yeah. That's cute. Ew. George R. R. Martin name her. No, she received her name at birth, not at 18. I knew two sisters whose names were Galaxy and Milky Way. uh, Someone I used to work with is named Leukemia. I'm dead serious. Oh boy. How can Israel kick Turkey out of NATO? Israel's not part of NATO. My kid has friends who are siblings. Storm, Steel, and Reyna. Ugh. Poor fucking kids, man. Imagine growing up and just having parents that are morons. They should have named their children something classy like Pterodactyl did. Damn straight, Bob. It's gonna get weird when all the kids are Gherks. He seems to have figured it out. It's you just won too, right? Gherk 1, Gherk 2. The mom was a disaster. The dad had some kind of weird security clearance and worked in the Middle East. You mean left? Yes, left, but sent money. Okay. That's better than just straight leaving. Nope, just Gherk, and they have to figure out which one you mean by context. Ooh, that's even more fun. Alright, Dork, don't even start with me. I've already got to spend the next 15 years of my life pulling you out of your constant desire to move into the American dream. Mod me and I'll time out. Right? All I want is dubs, a house. Probably want marriage and little dorks running around. Gross. You can just have your kids when you're 80 like a proper millionaire. I love non-generic food. Okay, that we can do. Anything to stop you from eating that fucking Kraft cheese that comes in a can. I straddled 70, so we're definitely closing flat. There's a pretty good chance of that happening. All Mountain want is one thing, and it's disgusting. What is it? George Foreman named all 5 of his sons George Edward Foreman. It's a good way to keep your legacy going, right? The worst names are Mormons naming their kids after Book of Mormon characters. I don't know. I don't hang out with a lot of Mormons. Do you call them the M's? You ever had a Piedmontese steak? I had some yesterday, and I've become a unpaid brand ambassador for a breed of cow. I've never had it, but I've had some of like the other European cattle breeds, and they tend to be very lean and tender. I like my cattle like I like my lovers. Is there a follow up on that? Bus or sus? Or we're just back to negative delta, and then we're gonna go to what, positive delta, and then again, and then negative delta, and then flat as fuck. That's what this looks like. Lean and tender. Oh, okay. What about double muscled? Slathered in barbecue sauce. Why does no one call red candles red rockets? Ugh. I used to know a options guy that called market corrections challenger missions. Oof. Yeah. Kid I know parents were called into school because the kid couldn't tell what a cow is. They go in there and the kid's naming different breeds of cows. The teacher didn't know. This sounds like horseshit. This sounds like something made up by parents who want their kids to sound interesting. Or autism. Yeah, could be that. Excuse me, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. There's an urgent matter. Your child doesn't know barnyard animals. Where they like Mr. Brown can moo, can you? And the kid's like Belgian blue. Old McDonald had a Glock. 7 more dollars, and my put ghosts from last week will be revived. Oh, those IWM puts don't need to go in the money. They just need to be closer to the money. I close my strangle up half a yearly pigeon whale membership. Nice. There's still a bunch of $200 IWM puts. Yeah. There's also a bunch of $220 IWM calls. Shorting Carvana last Friday from 136. Worked out nicely. Ding ding. Yeah, it's going pretty good. Boom. So my prediction of 4 basis points for today, not far off, actually. Definitely nowhere near either of the market makers' expected moves. So options overpriced all fucking day. That's going to be the story of this week. Probably be better to focus on sell side, at least until after FOMC is over. We failed to break the upside downtrend, which I guess shifted a little here, but not much. On the 15 minute, and we broke back below the bear flag, bounced, and have not yet to continue that failure, but could into tomorrow, where we could see either a retest of 481 or maybe even a move lower to like the 454.62 level. But futures not looking particularly bullish right now. I don't like that we're still above the long-term trend here. That yellow line, that's the long-term trend from October. I would prefer us to have stayed below that on the failure, but we'll see. It's definitely some weakness into the back half of the day. Commodities still rocketing down as fast as they feasibly can. Thanks, China. Dollar up today, mostly on some weakness in the euro and the pound, largely the euro at the end of the day. And yen also down against the dollar as well as the yuan. So dollar kind of recovering. It's still like to see it above 104.65, where we could start to mark a bit of a reversal. The Treasury refunding announcement or estimates came in, and it looks like they trimmed issuance for quarter 3, quarter 4. But we're not yet sure how those now trimmed issuances are going to be offered, right? So we don't know if it's going to be heavier bills or heavier coupons. We'll find that out on Wednesday morning. Correlation kind of turning around into the end of the day. A looks like this might be finding a bit of a floor, and the push back into short vol might actually be starting to fail a little bit. If this does break down, remember that's bullish for IWM, but bearish for tech. And overall, that'll be bearish for like ES and Q, but positive for Dow and Russell. Forward yield on volatility remained elevated today, and slightly up from Friday at 3.44, 76, kind of oscillating there. Yield curve is still very slowly uninverting, and they did push the carry trade back a little bit, but not nearly as much as the yen declined. So there might be some additional leverage here that's not being readily pushed. And keep an eye on that, especially going into the BOJ decision this week, where yen could be far more significantly impacted. Move down, but core 3 month also down, so those are kind of moving in tandem. Tail risk hedging picking up enormously, right? This is maybe some of the lowest values we've seen on skew since the April correction. So we are getting more long puts coming in, more of that short vol positioning falling off and de-risking. 67% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, so it's still a little bullish on breadth, but the results of that still not really realized in tech. NQ is only up 9 points today. The correlation between VIX futures, the VIX future contract in front, and cash VIX moved up to 50.99%. Generally speaking, throughout the week, unless we have like a really nasty week, this trims down. So we might actually end this week with slightly lower correlation than we ended last week, which is at 46.19%. But if we do have a nasty down week, we might see that correlation push up and start moving into a period of possibly higher volatility, where correlation remains high, and that would be fun. Fed fund futures, and I'm not actually sure why this happened because it didn't happen with the QRA. It happened in the middle of the night, but we trimmed back a bunch of the expected rate cuts for Jan of 2024, from 0.7 back down to, well, actually a low of 0.66, which is a bit odd. I'm not sure why we priced that in over the weekend or why it got priced back out again, but we're still roughly like 2.5 rate cuts by January expected by Fed fund futures. Where does this put us on the technical side of things? It's a little awkward. So once again today, we failed to break the EMA 30, but we're also propped up by the MA 50. This consolidation is not particularly bullish. And I think another failure to break the 30 would probably see us move down. But I would like to see us fill that upside gap before we do. So I'm thinking over the next 2 days, maybe we push up and then fail into the back half of the week. But we'll see. We moved a little higher today. Short vol sold puts a little higher. So we'll see how that kind of shakes out. Apple below 210? No? You mean, will it go below 210? I don't know how shitty their earnings are going to be. Supposedly their like sales in China have been picking up, but they're still trailing the competition pretty hard. Tesla? Bounced but failed to clear 235, which is kind of where things get a little bit more bullish. This may continue tomorrow, but if it fails back below 230, it's probably going to head towards 200 again. So a chance at a reversal, but more likely it's just going to be a continuation of the downtrend. Thoughts on Amazon and into earnings? Positioning on Amazon's not nearly as bearish as the rest of the Mag 7. But I know I looked at this last night. Yeah, Delta wasn't really picking up very much this week. Gamma was a little bit. Um, like there's a chance it could move back up, but only if it breaks 85. So if it breaks 85, it could move as high as 200. Earnings are what? Thursday? Yeah, I guess if the market does what I expect and it fills that gap to the upside, we might see Amazon test 190 or maybe even try to push higher into earnings. But I think if the market like indexes just stagnate into the Fed data and we stay where we are under 5500, probably not. And then if that's the case, Amazon might even drop into earnings. Anyway, all right. Thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. I hope everybody has a great night. Later.